Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Cycling Union and British Cycling, welcome to the National Cycling Centre, Manchester, for Day 2 of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. Please be advised that flash photography is not permitted within the velodrome. As a courtesy to the athletes, please turn off the flash on your camera and your telephone. For your own safety and the safety of athletes, please do not place items or drinks on the barrier surrounding the track. The velodrome wishes to provide all spectators with a clean and environmentally friendly venue. Please assist us by placing all rubbish and waste items in the bins provided. Thank you for being part of the UCI World Cup. Have a great evening and enjoy the track cycling. The 2013-2014 UCI Track Cycling World Cup would like to thank its official sponsors. TISO, official timekeeper of the Track Cycling World Cup and proud sponsor of the UCI events. British Cycling. Manchester City Council. UK Sport. Fiat. And Brother.
Welcome to the National Cycling Centre. Good evening. This is Day 2 and the evening session of Day 2 of this UCI Track Cycling World Cup. The first of 3 World Cup events over the next few months, which will provide a qualifying and a transition to the World Track Cycling Championships at the end of February in Colombia. It's vital tonight, and it's vital as the rest of the season progresses onwards as well. Plenty to play for. And over the next few hours or so, you'll be seeing 6 gold medals won, and those people take the lead in this World Cup series. So much, and bearing in mind what we enjoyed last night to look forward to, perhaps, yes, in addition to gold medals, we'll have some world records as well. Those gold medals up for grabs, the men's and women's individual pursuit to come later. We'll have the resolution of the men's Omnium, which has been going on for nearly 2 days now. The men's points race will be decided as well. And then 2 events I know you're all very much looking forward to. The women's individual sprint and the men's Kirin. We'll be telling you all about the events, how they play out, how they have got this far, as well as the evening progresses. This place, Manchester Velodrome, is of course the home to British cycling. It's a wonderful place where stars, Olympic champions, world champions have been prepared to the very, very finest level, and you'll be seeing some of them here tonight, and of course the challenges to their crowns from all over the world. This is elite level track cycling. Sit back, enjoy, relax, take your seat. We'll be warming up to racing, which gets underway at 7 o'clock. If you'd like to get involved, you can do. You just need to add the hashtag TWC and put it in a tweet and send it to us at Track World Cup or at British Cycling if you'd like to follow a live blog of this evening's events. So that's hashtag TWC. Put it on your tweets. And up on the big screen, we'll be able to see your reaction to everything that's going on today. In addition to that, if you would like to ask a question of our experts up in the commentary box, then feel free to put one. If there's anything that you don't understand, anything that you feel needs explaining if you're here for the first time, then hashtag TWC and put those in a question. So we get underway at 7 o'clock, but this here at the National Cycling Centre isn't the only big event going on in Manchester, and indeed the northwest of England this weekend. Let's have a little look at what else has been going on this weekend. So this is the Manchester Velodrome, built in 1994. It is the home of British cycling, and over the course of these 3 days of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester, crowds will witness 19 Olympic and world champions, and so many of them ply their daily trade right here. This is where they train. Those involved in the Olympic success of 2012 and Team GB, many of them are here every single day, grafting away. Their 9 to 5 is right here on this track. And so many famous people have crossed that very finishing line. You'll see so many of them do it tonight as well, just even on this training run as they make their final preparations for our racing, which starts at 7 o'clock. None more famous and none more glittered and successful than a certain Sir Chris Hoy. Now retired, of course, this man who won 6 Olympic titles is inspiring the next generation to follow in his footsteps.
Well, as you've just seen on our big screen presentation, Sir Chris Hoy started his riding career on BMX, and we've got a major international BMX event for you next year here at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. It's the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup. It takes place from the 18th to the 19th of April, and you can buy your tickets here today at the Ticketmaster box office at the main spectator entrance.
That voice you just heard was a man called Carl. He and a friend of his called Hugh will be taking you through all the racing tonight. If you'd like to ask them any questions, then you can tweet us those questions. Just add the hashtag TWC. Maybe you'd like to find out a little bit more about where I am right now. This is Track Centre. It's a hive of activity where all the teams do their preparation, they're warming up, they're warming down, all the nutritional and important protein shakes are taken down here. Everything happened, even the tactical advice. But you'll notice there's lots of warming up done on these rollers, and you will see and pick out, no doubt, your favourite riders over the next few hours and pick out just who you think may well do well. So keep an eye on what's going on out here, because it may well be just as intriguing as some of the stuff you'll see going around this wonderful velodrome track of 250 metres. I'm standing here because last night, Germany, who have a pen to my right, and Great Britain, who have a pen to my left, had a rather good evening. They won 2 gold medals each, 4 of the 5 that were on offer, and no doubt they'll be in amongst it again later on tonight. But let's first revisit what we saw at the end of day 1 of the Track Cycling World Cup in Manchester.
Well, did you know you can catch the rest of the Track World Cup action on the BBC Red Button? It's on tonight from 7 o'clock and also from 6 o'clock on Saturday, which of course is today. And then we've got live coverage tomorrow, Sunday afternoon from 2.
So we're just about 5 minutes away from getting underway this evening. We start at 7 o'clock. And after the first race, which is a women's individual sprint semi-final, we'll be watching some individual pursuiting. Now, this is crucial for the individual pursuit. And I want to introduce you to it, not only because clearly it's going to be very important for the riders to pay attention to the countdown clock, because that's clearly what they need to use to know when they're going to start. But also, in addition to that, I want you to pay attention to it, because you need to know what happens when it goes to zero. Clearly, at the moment, it's not on anything, but it'll go from 50 all the way down to zero. I need to tell you particularly about the last 10 seconds. So it will beep on 10 seconds, then it will go down to 5, and it will beep 5 more times on the final 5 seconds, and then the red light will turn to green, it will turn to 0, and at which point you can make as much noise as you like. So let's have a see at how it works, down from 12 to 0. There's the first beep, then there'll be 5 more beeps. You need to be quiet at this point, noisy at 0. Okay, now, that is the point where you make all the noise that you want. Now, I know there are people who might have been in before, who might have seen it all before, and might have responded to my request for them to be noisy. I'm going to ask you to do it again. Silent from 10 down to 0, and then very noisy from 0. We're going to put something up on the big screen each and every time to remind you to be quiet. This is what you will see before the countdown. So we'll tell you to shush. You will heed that, and then we will count down. Very quiet, and at 0, I want to hear you make some noise. Let's make some noise! Thank you very much indeed. We'll practice maybe again a little bit later on, but we are only about 2 minutes away from racing. So, clear your throats, move your arms a little, get ready to wave, get ready to cheer, do everything you can to recreate that famous Manchester Velodrome sound. Please, we rely on you. Everybody in this track centre relies on you to make the atmosphere that's unforgettable for you and for them, and maybe we'll see some moments that we'll never forget.
So we're counting down to the start of competition, but can we please remind you, for your own safety and for the safety of the athletes, please do not place items or drinks on the barrier surrounding the track. Thank you for your cooperation. We have reached the semi-final stage of the women's sprint competition. 2 heats, best of 3. The winners will progress to the gold medal final. The losers will ride for the bronze. Heat number 1 comes to the track, and starting on the inside, representing Hong Kong, YG Lee. And her opponent on the outside from the Jayco AIS team from Australia, Anna Mears.
Away we go then for race 1 of the best of 3, should it be required to go that far. Anna Mears, 30 years of age, from Australia. Only woman in history to have won every single discipline. That's the 500-metre time trial, team sprint, keirin and sprint. She's also the current Olympic sprint champion. Her opponent, Lee YC from Hong Kong, 26 years of age. Current world champion for the 500 metres. And she won the bronze medal in the sprint competition earlier this year in Minsk in Belarus. She beat Gao Shuang on that occasion for China. Now, Mears just coming back after a spell of trips around, being honoured everywhere after her achievements, but she's certainly back to very good form indeed. Mears in the pale blue and Lee YC in that red strip of Hong Kong. And it looks like Lee YC's not afraid of reputations, trying to outwit Mears, but look at the power of the Australian who she tries to get round, but Mears finds the first encounter too much. Now then, has she got the power then to get round at Lee YC of Hong Kong? She's leaving herself a lot to do, and the answer is no. Race 1 goes to Lee YC of Hong Kong. And it was all about that tactical encounter off the banking and Mears thought she was going to get round her competitor, but it didn't happen. Chance to look at it on the big screen again. And here we see the rider from Hong Kong at the front, and Mears challenging very, very strongly, but unfortunately she was unable to get on terms, and that's first blood then to Lee YC of Hong Kong.
So to the second heat of these semi-finals, and lining up on the track to face the first of a possible 3 meetings. On the inside, the world champion in those rainbow stripes, representing Great Britain, Rebecca James. And her opponent on the outside, from Germany, Christina Vogel.
And this is a repeat of the World Championship final that took place earlier this year in Belarus. And of course, on that occasion, Becky James was the victor. That's why she's wearing those rainbow stripes. But Vogel is an Olympic gold medalist for the team sprint and a world champion. And Vogel has been a junior world sprint champion during her career. James just back from a 6-week spell in Japan where she was riding on the Kirin circuit. But she's certainly starting to sharpen her act up in the sprint as well here now. Every ride reflects the form of this Welsh talent. Just over 1.5 laps to go, and as Carl said, it is the best of 3 should it be required to go that far at this stage. James looks as though she's going to take this on from the front. Here comes Vogel trying to close up onto the wheel, and Vogel trying to accelerate over the top of James, and James is under pressure here. Vogel's got the better of the first encounter, and Vogel gets ahead of James, who will not come back from that, and it's going to be race 1 then to Christina Vogel. Vogel takes it, and James is going to have to go back to the drawing board to work out a tactic to try and square the issue to look for a decider. Take a look at the big screen, you'll see how the race unfurled here. It was Vogel in the finishing straight that reacted to the first move of James and closed right down on her. And here is where Vogel got ahead of James. And once you do that and drop into the sprinter's lane ahead, there's no way you can come back. So the German, Christina Vogel, draws first blood and wins race 1.
So as we just prepare for the individual pursuit medal races, they're to come in just a moment. Don't forget you can tweet us tonight, and anything that you tweet, make sure you include the hashtag TWC. And Johanna Jeffs has tweeted to say, "Come on UGB," all in capitals. I get the impression that was shouted at the top of their voice. Hashtag TWC is what you need to include on each and every one of your tweets, if you would. Phil Donaghy, thank you very much for getting in touch. First time at track racing with 2 boys, Kane and Kieran. Kieran, loving it. Hashtag TWC. Thank you very much to Phil. If you would like to follow the @British Cycling as well, you can get involved with that. Absolutely amazing. Definitely worth a 4-hour journey. Team GB are awesome, says Alison.
So the bronze medal final of the women's individual pursuit, starting in the home straight for the team of Scottish cycling Braveheart, Kate Archibald. And her opponent in the back straight from Poland, Eugenia Buziak.
Contest for the bronze medal beginning here. Kate Archibald was the third quickest in qualification with 3:37.2, and Buziak of Poland very close to her time, just 0.4 slower, so this should be a really good contest. And Buziak of Poland has gone away quicker here in the earlier stages. 24 years of age then, the rider from Poland. Kate Archibald just 19. And a European 4,000 metre team pursuit champion, and she did hold the world record on that occasion. But look here, the start by Buziak of Poland, amazing. She stormed away, and she's already got Archibald in the same straight, so the young Scot is going to have to dig deep here and hold off the challenge of Buziak. This must be a tactic that they've worked out. Got her in the same straight. Archibald now starting to get that gear moving. As I say, very close in qualification, 0.4 of a second separating the two of them. That's the first kilometre. It's a 1:11 for Buziak and a 1:15 for Archibald. So there's nearly 5 seconds different between these two in the opening kilometre, and that's why at the moment the young Scots on the rack. Came to prominence just about 12 months ago, did Archibald, when she showed up at the Junior National Championships, where she clinched the pursuit and the points race, and had some further tests and immediately was taken on board by the squad, and now she's part of the scene. But slowly now she's getting herself organised here, then the electric start by Buziak has not phased her, and Archibald now starting to chip away at the advantage that the pole has generated. Coming down all the time. It'll be the 2 kilometre mark at this time, so she's still got a kilometre to erase the deficit that she trails at Buziak of Poland. It's going to be a grand finale, this one. Buziak still leading, 2:24.346, but that gap has now come down to only 1.7 seconds. Remember, it was nearly 5 seconds at one point. Oh yes, this is a cliffhanger, and I can tell you that Buziak is beginning to tie up big time here now, and the young Scot is turning the screw. Archibald, who won a bronze medal the other day in the distance event, is now looking to add another one to that. Yes, she's getting support from the crowd. Unfazed by the quick start by the pole, as I said, and now on terms, and in fact in front. So Archibald, who will be representing Scotland in the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow next year and looking for a medal, gets the bell. This is a sterling performance by the youngster. Buziak has got no answer at all. Her legs are totally drained, and Archibald coming up to the finish now to claim the bronze medal. Here she comes. Bronze to Archibald, 3:37.093. That's a quicker time than her qualification this morning, and Buziak finishes in 3:40.488, but the bronze medal goes to Kate Archibald.
So to the ride for the gold and silver medals. Taking the start in the home straight, representing Great Britain, Joanna Rousel. And in the back straight, representing Australia, Rebecca Wiasak.
Huge support here then for Joanna Rousel at the start of this 3,000 metre individual pursuit. Rousel, gold medal winner for the team pursuit in London. She's also a world record holder and a world champion for the team pursuit. 24 years of age, Rousel. I tell you what, she can ride a very good individual pursuit. She got a lifetime best of 3:30.455. And she started quickly here. She is the lead-off rider for the team pursuit squad. Shows she's quite accustomed to coming out of the gate sharpish. Good start by Rousel. And her opponent here, Wiasak of Australia, just over a second slower than Rousel in qualification. Lovely style here by Joanna Rousel. It's a good time trial as well, British time trial champion. She won that up in Scotland. And they're on their way back now to their original starting stations. This will be the completion of the first kilometre for Rousel. There's her time, 1:13.271. She's just under a second quicker than Wiasak of Australia. So she's obviously recovered well, and she's backing up that qualification ride pretty good this afternoon. 0.4 of a second quicker than the morning time trial. Hallmark of a quality pursuit are just sitting tight on that black line as though you're on a rail, and no moving of the body. The aerodynamic position kept locked still, and the legs just moving up and down like well-oiled pistons. The advantage then just growing a tad with every pedal rev by Rousel. Skipper of the team pursuit squad, who comes from Sutton in South London. Building a nice advantage here as she's making her approach to the 2 kilometre mark. There it is, and her time 2:23.797. So the lead is increasing all the time here for Rousel over Wiasak. Still faster than her morning ride. So at the moment she's on a schedule of around about a 3:32. .500 metres remaining, but I tell you what, Wiasak is still in the contest. Rousel's in charge. He's got a hand on the tiller here, but Wiasak is still pedalling nice and smoothly. They're coming round to the bell. Yep, Wiasak is still having a go here, but Rousel at the moment has still got the upper hand, powering her way down the back straight now. Half a lap to go. Here she comes. Joanna Rousel's going to win the 3,000 metre individual pursuit. She does. A time 3:34.904. And the time for Wiasak 3:36.830. So the gold medal goes to Joanna Rousel.
So we return to the women's sprint semi-finals. This is match 2 in heat 1 between the rider on the inside of the track, Anna Mears of the Jayco AIS team from Australia, and the rider who took first blood in this contest, starting on the outside on this occasion from Hong Kong, YG Lee.
So Mears rolls away here, honour bound to lead for the first half lap, unless Lee YC decides to overhaul her. And I think the Australian was taken aback there, quite frankly, by the sheer speed and power of her opponent from Hong Kong. So the experienced Australian with some work to do here. It won't be the first time she's been in a position like this. We think back to all the tussles she had with her nemesis Victoria Pendleton. It's just whether or not Mears has quite got the sparkle and speed in the legs. I did mention a little earlier over commentary number 1 that she has been out of action for, well, quite some time, because she's been on a tour of celebration after all her achievements. But now she's getting back to sharpening her form up, ready for the World Championships in Colombia next year, and of course the Commonwealth Games. So Mears has got to win this then to take it to a decider. Mears at the front. Look for the reaction from the athlete from Hong Kong, Lee YC. Lee YC trying to come up to the side now of Anna Mears, and Mears using her strength to try and hold off the challenge from Lee YC of Hong Kong. Who's it going to be on the line? It's going to be tight. Oh, it was so close. We'll need a photo finish, but Lee YC punches the air with delight. She says she's got it. And I tell you what, Anna Mears is congratulating her very sportingly and accepts that the rider from Hong Kong is her conqueror. Let's have a look at the side view on the shot. Look how close it is. Wow, that was seriously close. But Anna Mears accepts defeat, and we know the first finalist now for the women's sprint. It's Lee YC of Hong Kong. There it is. Look at that. You couldn't get much closer than that, could you? Very close. Exciting stuff.
So the riders for the second heat roll away. Christina Vogel from Germany on the inside, and her opponent Rebecca James of Great Britain slots into her wheel tracks. Vogel was the winner of the first meeting.
Quite right, Cole. So it's the same scenario as that previous contest. The world champion from Great Britain here, Becky James, with work to do if she wants to take that to a decider, or it to a decider. And in case you've just turned up a little late, just to repeat my comment over sprint number 1, this is the repeat of the World Championship final earlier in the year where James beat Vogel. So it is really a revenge match of the highest order. Vogel at the front, 1 up. Well, Vogel seems quite content to lead this one out at the moment. James has got the greater height and is now going to have to aim for the back wheel of the German and come the long way round down the back straight. Vogel just looking under her arms, but I tell you what, she's got the acceleration now. Vogel at the front is really accelerating, and James has got work to do. She's not going to do it. Vogel wins 2-0 and goes into the final. to set up a gold medal clash between Li YC of Hong Kong and Christina Vogel. The contest for the bronze will be between Becky James and Anna Mears. If we take a look at the big screen, you'll see that the power of Vogel was just a little bit too much there for the sprinter from Abergavenny. Here it is on the screen again. You can see that Becky James leaves herself a lot of work to do to close down on Vogel, who is in very good form, almost the unequivocal form. I wouldn't say the unequivocal form of her life, but she's certainly going very, very well indeed. Up to the line, Vogel wins 2-0 straight and goes into the final.
So congratulations to Li Weitse and to Christina Vogel as well. They will contest the final a little later on. But don't forget to keep your tweets coming in. Thank you very much to everybody who already has. What you'll need to do is to include the hashtag TWC. That's the hashtag TWC, as in Track World Cup. And we'll be having a look at them throughout the evening here at the National Cycling Centre. And we'll put some of them up on the big screen. Any messages of support that you may well have for any teams you're supporting, and also any questions you have for our race commentators, our expert panel of Hugh and Carl up in the box. Anything you would like to send, include the hashtag TWC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, Women's Individual Pursuit. The medals and the UCI Leaders Jersey will be presented by President of the UCI, Brian Cookson, OBE. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Scottish cycling Braveheart, Kate Archibald. Winner of the silver medal, representing Australia, Rebecca Wiasak. Women's individual pursuit gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, representing Great Britain, Joanna Rousel. The flowers will be presented by UK Sport International Relations Advisor Chris Harvey. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Great Britain. Please acknowledge all our medalists.
So keep your tweets coming in. Thank you very much to Fred Witt, who has tweeted with the hashtag TWC at the velodrome for my father Richard's birthday. Well, happy birthday. How heavy, he wonders, is an average bike? Our technical expert, I think, up there in the commentary box is Carl. Over to you.
Well, here I can tell you there is a minimum weight for a bike, which is 6.8 kilograms, and that's why our trackside officials weigh each bike before competition. But the riders obviously try to get the bikes as light as possible within that regulation. So 6.8 kilograms is the minimum weight of a track bike. So the final element of the men's Omnium competition, which began here yesterday, is the time trial. And the first rider to go, starting in the home straight, representing the Czech Republic, Ondřej Rybin.
Ribbon gets underway, representing the Czech Republic. As Carl said, the final discipline of 2 days of competition that's seen them riding the flying lap, the points race, elimination race, individual pursuit and the scratch race. So Ribbon 19th in the competition at the moment. His highest place came in the elimination contest when he finished 7th, so he's amassed 109 points at the moment as he comes up to the midway point of his kilometre time trial. Very, very demanding indeed. Every event here is at the maximum distance, a 4,000 metre pursuit plus the full distance of the time trial at the end. Coming up to the bell and the final lap. This is the first competitor, Ondřej Rybin of the Czech Republic. And of course it's going to build and build, because when we get to the end, the last two are only 1 point apart. There's his time, 1:07.003 for Rybin of the Czech Republic. Images of the starting effort there on the big screen. And then one or two more little shots to show you once he got that gear spinning, losing his line a little bit outside of the sprinter's channel, which of course means he's covering a greater distance. But Rybin stops the clock on 1:07.003.
So Heat 2 starting in the home straight for Barbados is Darren Matthews, and in the back straight from Trinidad, Varun Maharaj.
Well, this is an all-Caribbean clash, isn't it, with Matthews in the yellow and blue from Barbados and Maharaj in the red of Trinidad. They're riding for their honour here. They're at the moment lying 18th and 17th in the standings, so they're not going to affect any of the key players, but it's all about trying to post PBs and just elevate yourself up the classification after the completion of the Omnium. Quickest opening lap by Maharaj of Trinidad. Can he sustain that now? He's still looking pretty good. Midway point, Maharaj of Trinidad is still the fastest. So he's on a schedule at the moment of around about a 1:06 if he can maintain this. It'll be the bell this time for him. Maharaj into his final lap. Matthews starts his. Coming up to the line, just half a lap then to complete the time trial. Now then, is Maharaj going to better the time of Rybin? No, he tied up in the closing stages, so the time for Maharaj of Trinidad 1:07.807, second, and Matthews of Barbados 1:08.930. So they're currently second and third, and after two heats, it's Rybin of the Czech Republic that's still leading. In case you're not too au fait with Omniums, let me just tell you, if you win the discipline, you get 1 point, and so on down the classification. So obviously the 19th competitor would get 19. Rider with the least points at the end of the 6 different challenges is the overall Omnium winner.
Moving on now to Heat 3, starting in the home straight, representing Italy, Francesco Castagnaro. And his opponent from China, who starts in the back straight, is Shuang Shan.
Castagnaro from Italy then in the home straight, Shan Shuang of China in the back straight. Higher placed competitor of these two is Castagnaro, 15th overall, and Shan Shuang is 16th. Well, it's a scorching start by Shan here. What's happened to the Italian? He's in a spot of trouble, to say the least here. Castagnaro looks as though he could get caught. Blistering pace being cut out here then by Shan of China. 19.808 for the first lap. And he's going to make the catch here. We don't often see this, do we, in the kilometre? Look at this, he overhauls the Italian. And now he's got a time trial on for the rest of the distance. 34.142, his time at the midway point, and his head's starting to roll a little bit here now. He's paying the price for that quick start. Castagnaro looking down the battle here, and he finishes with a 1:04.64, so good ride there by the Chinese competitor Shan. And for Castagnaro it's a 1:13.6, 9 seconds slower. Shan of China, quickest at this stage.
So Heat 4 on the track now, starting in the home straight, representing the Ukraine, Vladislav Kreminsky. And in the back straight, from Japan, Kazushi Kabuki.
Vladislav Kreminsky, the Ukrainian, starting in the home straight, 18 years of age, and got himself a bronze in the World Junior Omnium Championships last year. And his opponent from Japan, Kuboki, 24 years of age, the Asian Championships Omnium, he got himself a bronze. And the initial encounter over the first lap, it's Kuboki that's gone away quicker. The overall standings at the moment, Kreminsky is just one place higher, of course, than Kuboki. They are 13th and 14th in the standings. They're through the first half, and it's Kuboki that's still posting the second quickest time at the moment. The stocky little Japanese competitor crouching down low there over the bars, gets the bell now, and he's into the final lap. But Kreminsky has turned the tables, and with half a lap to go, it's Kreminsky of Ukraine that's leading. And Kreminsky's going to tidy this one up. Here he comes. It's tight, very, very tight, but Kreminsky finishes with a 1:06.738, the second fastest so far of the kilometre riders. And from Japan, Kuboki is fourth in 1:07.028.
So for Heat 5, we introduce in the home straight from Denmark, Kasper van Volsasch, and in the back straight from the United States of America, Jacob During.
Well, von Volsasch of Denmark, starting in the home straight, rode a scorching 4,000 metre pursuit this morning when he posted a time of 4:20. Be interesting to see what he does for the kilometre. His opponent, During of USA, is his opponent. In the overall standings, at the moment, During is 12th overall and von Volsasch is 11th. Still the fastest so far is Shan of China with a finishing time of 1:04.649. Midway point, and it's During at the moment that's the quicker, the American. But Volsasch is still in the shake-up here. Such a powerful rider, this Dane, as they come back to get the bell. 1 lap to go. And now it's During that's posting the second quickest time. He's breathing down the neck of the time of Shan of China, who went through in 48.970. And During's only just shy of that time, but they're coming back to finish now, and it's a scorching finish at the end then by the rider from Denmark, von Volsasch, who records 1:05.994, the second quickest time so far, and During of USA going third in 1:06.662.
So heat 6 of the 10 in this men's Omnium time trial. Starting in the home straight, representing Switzerland, will be Olivier Beer. And his opponent in the back straight from Kazakhstan, Ertem Zakharov.
So Olivier Beer of Switzerland starting in the home straight, who had a scorching win in the scratch race, the last discipline before this kilometre time trial, versus Zakharov of Kazakhstan. Zakharov, the current Asian Omnium champion. So it should be a good scrap between these two. Remember, they're all riding for points and their pride for their finishing positions. Beer is currently 9th and Zakharov 10th. And they've got very similar points, these two. Third fastest after the opening lap, Zakharov, who's now moved up to second, and Beer is currently third. So are they going to pressurise the time of Shan of China? It'll be the bell this time. Here comes Beer, who is trailing Zakharov. Zakharov then from Kazakhstan, he's going the quicker here, and he is the fastest at the 3/4 points, so it looks like he could topple from the head of the table, Shan of China, if he can maintain this pace all the way to the line. Let's have a look. Finishing effort then for Zakharov. Yes, the new quickest time, 1:03.811 for Zakharov of Kazakhstan. And Olivier Beer closes out with a 1:05.076 for the third fastest time. Shan slips down one into second spot.
Introducing the riders for Heat 7 in the home straight, Thomas Boudat of France. And his opponent in the back straight, representing Belarus, Roman Shishku.
Thomas Boudat, the 19-year-old Frenchman, starting in the home straight. He's 7th in the competition after the 5 events. And his opponent here is Tiescu of Belarus, who is 1 place lower in 8th spot. Frenchman's gone away quicker, and he's posted the second quickest time for the first 250 metres. Now that he needs to capitalise on that, Boudat, he was very aggressive in a couple of the earlier distance disciplines in this Omnium, and he's still going well. Third though, he's slipped down a spot now, Boudat, paying a little bit for the quick pace in the opening 250. Flat back, crouching style, just looking right down as he grasps those bars to give him the aerodynamic position. He's slipped back another place now. He's on the schedule for 4th at the moment. He's inside 50 seconds though at the 3/4 point. Boudat at the moment still got the measure of Tiescu of Belarus. Coming up to the line, it's going to be Boudat of France that takes it, and he finishes with a 1:05.146 to put him in 4th position. And His opponent from Belarus, Tisku, closes out with a 105.643 for 5th.
So we come to the riders for Heat 8 now, starting in the home straight. Representing Spain is Unai Elorriaga. And in the back straight from Great Britain, Jonathan Dibben.
Elorriaga of Spain starting in the home straight, 5th overall with 32 points versus 19-year-old Great Britain rider Jonathan Dibben, who is 6th on 33 points. Dibben getting a warm reception here to send him away for his kilometre time trial. Good all-round rider then, Jonathan Dibben. Got a silver medal in the World Junior Championships back in Invercargill. Dibben needs a good kilometre ride here. Oh, he's slightly up. Dibben's made a good start, 3rd quickest opening 250. So the British rider is on a ride, being urged on in the back straight by Paul Manning, the coach. It's tight though. Elorriaga of Spain, a real warrior, is still chasing Dibben down as hard as he can, but Dibben looks good. Midway point was still Dibben. Quickest to 3rd spot and at the 3/4 mark, so Dibben threatening the time of Beer of Switzerland here for the 3rd place, just tying up a little bit now but coming up to the line. Dibben closes in 104.563 for Jonathan Dibben. Good ride by Dibben, the 2nd fastest so far for the kilometre, and Elorriaga of Spain records a time of 104.901 for 4th spot, so it means that Dibben will overhaul Elorriaga in the standings, and they've just got to wait for the final 2 heats.
So the riders for the penultimate heat, Aaron Gate, the world champion in this discipline, starts in the home straight representing New Zealand, and in the back straight for Australia, Luke Davison.
Aaron Gate, the world champion, the 22-year-old Kiwi, gets underway here in the home straight. He's got 24 points, lying third overall, and Luke Davison, his opponent from Australia, has amassed 32 points. So Gate, also a bronze medal winner from the Olympic Games in London for the team pursuit, out to try and post a good time here to maintain his third spot, but it's the Australian at the moment that's going the quicker, 19.969. He's the second rider to dip inside 20 seconds for the first lap, so Davison looking pretty sharp here, coming up to the midway point. It's still the Australian in charge of the clash at the moment, still lying second. So then, can he pressurise the time of Zakharov? He's pressurising the time of Dibben. They're going to get the bell this time, final lap. They're on their way then, the concluding 250 metres, still Davison of Australia that's going the quicker, and Gate, the world champion, on the rack here. Davison coming back to his original mark and stops the clock on 1:03.450. The Australian records the quickest time so far of the kilometre. Aaron Gate closes out with a 1:05.2564, 8th position. Good riding there by Davison.
So to the final heat, the rider who leads overall in the Omnium starts in the home straight, Jasper de Boist of Belgium. And his opponent, the rider second in the Omnium, Tim Velt of the Netherlands.
Well, 1 point separating these two. De Boist of Belgium on 17 and Velt of the Netherlands on 18. This could decide the destiny of the gold medal. Both have been very consistent throughout the 2 days of competition. A real nail biter, this one. And Velt's gone off the mark quicker for the Netherlands. We expected that, and that's the quickest opening lap. 19.587 for Velt. That is very, very quick. And the Dutchman really means business here. He's motoring back then to his original starting station and the midway point. Easy split time. He's still quick. He's 33.747. Well, he could post a long 1-2 here if he can keep this up, and it means that he could go ahead of De Boist here in the concluding discipline. It's hanging on a knife edge here. Where is the gold medal going to go? He's still the fastest, 48.211, and De Boist is second. Well, they're going to get the same points here. The way it's going, it's getting very, very critical indeed. In fact, De Boist, if he gets second, will be on 90. Oh, let's have a look at it. Victory then for the kilometre riders, and that is a 1:03.245 for De Boist in the closing stages. He really did pull the stops out there, and that wins the Omnium for De Boist of Belgium. He gets the gold medal. What a storming ride. He was in second place all the way to the final lap, and it was that concluding lap where he really did ignite the burners. Velt finishing third on 1:03.450. Ladies and gentlemen, salute the winner of the Omnium. Here he is from Belgium. It is De Boist of Belgium, gold medal winner.
So more gold medals being won at this Track Cycling World Cup in Manchester, and here's the winner of not one but 2 gold medals so far, and she has worked so hard she gets tomorrow off. Will you please welcome Joanna Rousel? Jo, you have been working very hard, well done. How do you feel about how you did in the final in particular, because you have had such a tough 2 days?
Yeah, I'm really pleased with the win. Not overly pleased with my time. I went out too quick at the start. I didn't pace it very well. But at the end of the day, when you're in a final, it's all about getting the win. It's not really about the time. So I've got the gold medal, so I'm really pleased.
You're obviously so drilled. You know exactly pretty much how fast you do each and every lap. So how difficult is it to ignore the adrenaline sometimes and to stay on spec each and every lap?
Well, the problem is we're well drilled for team pursuiting, which is about 1.5 seconds quicker per lap than you do for individual pursuiting. So it's so easy to go out thinking you're doing a team pursuit. Then remember, there's no one else behind you, so you can't swing up. You're on your own for those 12 laps. But you have the coach walking the line, so every lap you come round, he tells you how fast your last lap was. So after my second lap, he was running into the banking, which meant I was only going to go one way from there. But then I got him back to the line and tried to hold there, and then it's just about racing that last kilometre and then just soaking up the noise from the crowd and just ignoring your legs and just fighting it all the way to the line.
I mentioned that you've had a busy couple of days. You won the team pursuit last night. What was it like after that, and how early did you have to get up this morning?
I had to be up at 6 this morning and I was still awake at 1 a.m, so not very many hours sleep last night. I was absolutely buzzing. You always are when you're racing, especially when you do world records and in this atmosphere and everything. So it's really hard to sleep. You've had all the energy drinks and everything as well. But I just accepted I wasn't going to feel good this morning, get a couple of caffeine gels in me and get on with it, and it was okay.
Caffeine comes in a gel, not in a nice cup. One final point, Kate finished third and got a bronze medal. You know her from the British team. How pleased are you with her efforts?
Really, really impressed. She's only 19. Every time she rides, she gets quicker and quicker. She's at that stage where she's breaking PBs all the time, so I think she's definitely one to watch out for the Commonwealth Games. And
the final point is that you're 24, and yet you seem like now a senior member of this team.
I know, it's really weird. The people that I was on ODP with as juniors, we're all now the senior ones in the squad, like myself, Jason Kenny, Stephen Burke, Andy Tennant. So, you know, it's quite a young squad now. It's a bit weird. I still feel quite young, but I'm one of the oldest. But we've got a good squad working towards Rio, and there's always young people coming up underneath, which is what we need to push ourselves on. So fingers crossed we'll perform again in Rio.
Well, congratulate her once more, will you please? Joanna Rousel, double gold medal winner.
So we come to the men's keirin competition. This is the second round, 2 heats. The first 3 riders from each heat will go through to the final for places 1 through 6. The others will contest the final for 7th through to 12th. The lineup for heat 1 For Australia, Matthew Glaser. For Great Britain, Jason Kenny. For Germany, Tobias Wachter. For Italy, Francesco Cecchi. For the Jayco AIS team from Australia, Peter Lewis. And for Venezuela, Herasi Canelon.
There we go. Jason Kenny obviously means business, trying to get the front position to drop in behind the Durney, and he does. So it's Kenny then that wins that first little encounter, and the German sitting in second place, that's Wachter. So I'll go down the lineup as they come once again down the finishing straight. It's Kenny, Wachter. The big fella there in the middle of the mix is Lewis, riding on his sponsored team. He's an Australian, and the rest of the lineup also in there is Matthew Glaser. He's the fourth in line, and then the final two competitors behind Glaser, it's Francesco Cecchi of Italy, national champ for the sprint and the kilometre, and right at the back at this stage it's Canelon of Venezuela. Tempo of the little Durney bike will build to a maximum of 50 kilometres an hour. It'll drop away into the well of the track with 3.5 laps to go. First three, as Carl said, will go into the final by right, and the losing three will join the losing three from the second round ride, and they will line up for the minor final. Canelon at the back at the moment. Pan Am Sprint champion in 2011. Glaser has been a World Junior Keirin champion, and Glaser very, very quick as third wheel in the team sprint. But Jason Kenny looks back, takes a cursory look across the right shoulder to see what activity is taking place behind. Comes from Bolton, the world champion. Of course, he's a three-time Olympic champion as well. And here goes the first move. It's Canelon of Venezuela. He comes right through to the front. Kenny's in second place and looks then to see where the German Wachter is. And now into the back straight with 1.5 laps to go. It's Kenny, the world champion, in the lead. Coming through also is Lewis in the pale blue. And also on the inside from Germany, it's Wachter, and it's still Kenny at the front. Glaser of Australia is trying to come the long way round, but still Kenny is dictating the terms here. Two riders completely washed away, and 4 are in the shake-up. Remember, 3 will go through. Coming up to the line. Oh, yes, Kenny takes it on the line from Canelon and Wachter of Germany. They're the first 3 that'll move sweetly into the final. We'll take a look at that on the big screen. Jason Kenny, the absolute master. Sheer masterclass there. He controlled the race, and when it was required, he delivered the killer blow. Keep an eye on the big screen. Just look at 1 or 2 of the images here, and you'll see the sheer skill of Kenny. Right on the head of the contest here, and the opposition behind beginning to organise themselves to try and challenge the world champion, but shy of speed. And up to the line, it was Canelon and the German Wachter who joins Kenny in the final.
So the lineup for the second round, second heat of the men's keirin: from Germany, riding for the Ergas trade team, Maximilian Levy; from France, Francois Purvis; from New Zealand, Edward Dawkins; from Russia, Denis Dmitriev; from Rus Velo, Valentin Savitsky; and from Trinidad, Nissan Philippe.
Heat 2 gets underway. Big fella then from New Zealand, Dawkins, in the black strip there, eager to get the front position behind the bike, and he does. First three, remember, will go through by right. So it's Dawkins leading at the moment. Second position is Maximilian Levy, who chased Chris Hoy all the way home to the silver medal in London. And in the back straight in the final lap, at one point he actually got over Hoy, but Hoy, the Scot, dug deep using all that power and strength to get the better of the confrontation. Third wheel here in the lineup is Dmitriev of Russia, the current European sprint champion. And behind Dmitriev from France, it's Francois Purvis, third fastest kilometre rider of all time in the wheel of Purvis. From Trinidad, it's Nissan Philippe. And completing the lineup, right at the back, representing Russia, is Savitsky. Two Russians then in this final, Dmitriev and Savitsky. Three to go. Savitsky is the rider right at the back. Jean Philippe looked pretty impressive in the heats. Can he replicate that now? The Derny bike goes, and the first move comes from the Russian Savitsky at the back. He overhauls the field almost. He's up to the wheel of Dawkins, and it's Savitsky that gets the front position here. Can he maintain it? Savitsky at the front, Dawkins chasing him down. Here comes the French one, Francois Purvis. Look at the speed of Purvis as he tickles the pedals and comes back the rest of the field. Dawkins is chasing him down as they go down the back straight. It's going to be pretty tight as they come up to the line. This is going to be a win then for Purvis from Dawkins, and in third position Maximilian Levy. That's the first three over the line that'll go into the final. Look at the big screen for the images. You'll see the incredible pace by Purvis. Literally electric. Once he distanced himself from the field behind, well, the rest were just trying to play catch-up. Dawkins it was, the big fella then from New Zealand, in second spot. As they lined up for the run to the line, Purvis looked back, but there was nobody in sight. Purvis took it from Dawkins, and it was Levy that came over third. So they'll go into the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, Men's Omnium. The medals and UCI Leaders Jersey will be presented by Chief Executive Officer of British Cycling, Ian Drake. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Luke Davison. Winner of the silver medal, representing the Netherlands, Tim Velt. Men's Omnium gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, representing Belgium, Jesper de Boist. The flowers will be presented by Chairman of Vero Communications, Mike Lee, OBE. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Belgium. Please acknowledge all our medalists. So we come now to the final of the men's points race. 20 riders lined up on the track for 120 laps. That's 30 kilometres of racing with 12 sprints.
So the longest discipline then here at the World Cup gets underway. It's the men's points race final. 30 kilometres, 120 laps of the track. Sprints every 10 laps, giving us 12 in all. And of course the tantalising prospect of the lap gain, where you can get the 20-point bonus. Great Britain represented here by Owen Doole, who's carrying race number 54. Jonathan Mould is also in the lineup, who is riding for Wales. Five to go to sprint number one. Just an initial sort out here as the riders just tickle the pace up, and once they get to the sprint you'll see that there will be an astonishing injection of pace when they ratchet up the tempo significantly. Attack over the top here then by the rider from Denmark, looking for the line underneath, but thinks better of it, or does he? This is Lasse Norman Hansen, the Olympic gold medal winner from London for the Omnium. Comes to the front, being chased down there by Viviani of Italy, who struggled actually to qualify, only got the points in the closing stages in the heat. But it's an attack off the front here now by Poland. Zolarski goes away. And we've got three riders just distancing themselves right on time to pick up points here in the first of the sprints. Coming up to the line, one to go for sprint one. Popkov, riding on his trade team, is in the shake-up as well here. Here they come, up to the line. This is sprint number one. Yeah, 5 points there going to Popkov, Ukraine, riding on the trade team colours. And the 1 point on the line there, picked up by Strottinger of the Netherlands. So the result of the first sprint, it was Popkov that got the 5 points. In second place from Poland is Pozorlowski. Third is Lutshin of Ukraine. Fourth, Strottinger. Very early days in this points race. But the three riders are persisting and looking determined to try and gain the first lap. Kadlec of the Czech Republic also there, trying to move through. One shy of the podium, Kadlec, in the World Championships when he finished 4th, and he was 6th in the Europeans, but they've got the distance of the straight to their advantage at the moment. Chase being whipped up here then on the front by Montana of Spain. High quality tempo here then in the early stages of this points race. Four to go to sprint 2. It's a good chance they could stay out in front to get the points here. Rider from France beginning to lift the pace. This is Brice. And then the rider from Denmark taking it over, and from New Zealand. Well, still just dangling off the front, aren't they? As we're getting ever closer to sprint number 2. Yeah, bell this time, sprint number 2. Popkov on the front, looking to try and bolt another 5 to the 5 he got in the first sprint, being pursued now by the rider from Poland, Pisalarski. Pisalarski will finish 2nd, Popkov will win it, and 3rd was Lutishin, so it's exactly the same result as the first sprint. And 4th was Hansen of Denmark. So the standings after 2 sprints. Popkov of Ukraine riding in those trade team colours, leading with 10 points, a 4-point cushion over his nearest challenger. And that is Pisalarski from Poland. Field just whistling around this track here. 42.5 degrees in the banking. Right at the back at the moment is Crespo of Argentina in the blue and that bright orange helmet, but he is immediately released from the back position, and it's Peter Bulling of New Zealand that's quite close to it at the moment. And Strottinger. 95 more laps to go. A shot there of the British rider on the big screen, Owen Doole. Got a gold medal already, hasn't he, from the team pursuit earlier in these championships. Dillier of Switzerland was the last pace setter that swung up. 3 to go to the next cavalry charge. We are 500 metres away from marking the points up to the next set of riders. Hansen of Denmark comes on to the head of the contest. Hansen hits the line then with 1 lap to go. In second spot, it's that crouching figure of Viviani of Italy. Viviani sitting in second place at the moment, now going to overhaul Hansen. Coming through for the 5 points here. Let's have a look at this. Tight on the line. Viviani from Hansen. In third place was Didier of Switzerland. And Great Britain's Jonathan Dibben gets his name on the list with 1 point there for 4th. So Abdul, I should say, has opened his account. Let me just reiterate the result of that sprint. Viviani of Italy gets 5, Hansen 3, Dillier of Switzerland gets the 2, and Owain Doull of Great Britain gets the 1. So Doull has rifled his intentions to the field, and he's telling them, I'm in this race as well, and I'm going to get myself some points. Doull on the front just swings off. Slight injection of pace here then by the rider from Germany. This is Reinhardt. Strong lad, Reinhardt. Doesn't want to continue. Jonathan Mould also came through momentarily for Wales. And the Australian is rejoining here. This is Edmondson. Had a problem. He is allowed the 5 laps to rejoin the contest, which is exactly what he has done. Edmondson 11th in the World Championships and a member of the team pursuit squad here that got the silver medal early on. Now this is an attack off the front by Belgium. Di Catella, who was a World Madison champion back in 2012, and it's Di Catella. Di Catella that's obviously inspired by his fellow countryman De Boist, who we saw earlier win the kilometre time trial and clinch the gold medal for the Omnium. So Di Catella looking good here on his own. Pretty big ask to try and gain a lap, but he's gone away at the right time. He is a Madison rider, as I say, the former world champion for that discipline, so he's accustomed to try and rid himself of the peloton. Hasn't scored any points at the moment, so the Belgian looking to open his account this time. 2 to go. 1.5 laps for Di Catella and 5 very useful points coming up to the line for the bell. Hansen once again comes to the head of the peloton, the Dane, and here's an attack over the outside by Owain Doull of Great Britain. Doull comes to the front. Di Catella gets the 5 points, and here comes Doull storming down the finishing straight for 3. Doull takes the 3. Hansen takes the 2, and the 1 point going to Viviani of Italy. So Owain Doull has now took his tally up to 4 points. He's lying 6th at the moment. Still out the front here is Di Catella of Belgium. 3 have got 6 points each. Hansen of Denmark, Viviani of Italy, and Bezalowski of Poland. Reinhardt of Germany looking to try and bridge the gap here up to the lone leader, Di Catella. Popkoff is also in the mix, and we've suddenly got a fragmentation here. We've got Di Catella who has decided to sit up, then we've got 5 riders slightly clear, and the peloton reacts immediately. They decide they're not going to allow this group to go away, too dangerous, but Edmondson of Australia is slightly clear. Got the rider from Ukraine going with him, that's Lutsishin, the 18-year-old from Ukraine, being chased down now, these two, by the Frenchman. And that's Viviane Brice. So immediately they ratchet the pace up. There's a reaction from behind, and it nullifies the advantage that's been gained. All back together. Cracking points race this, being run off at a pretty fast pace. Symbolises the determination of all these riders. No one prepared to take any prisoners at all. There's certainly not going to be any charitable handouts here for the gold medal. 6 riders now just fractionally clear, but nothing to shout home about. Andreas Graf of Austria is up there in the mix as well. Graf 6th in the World Championships earlier this year. 2 to go to the next sprint. Irvine of Ireland comes to the front of the contest. The 28-year-old world scratch race champion. It's going to be the bell this time, and Owain Doull has come to the front of the contest once again. Doull is obviously riding well here, brimming over with confidence, the Welshman. Doull it is then. Didier of Switzerland is beginning to challenge Doull, but Doull drops the switch here and tries to hold them off. Doull on the inside, Didier of Switzerland trying to come round him, and they're into the finishing straight. Let's have a look at this. Didier gets the 5, Doull gets the 3. Mould was in the shake-up as well, looked like he got the 2, and the Spaniard was up there as well, picking up useful points, and we'll confirm that result. But the Spaniard was Montana, who was either 3rd or 4th there. But 2 riders from Great Britain in the points, and Doull is starting to grow with confidence here. Just pipped to the line there by Didier of Switzerland, and it was Didier from Doull, from Mould and Montana. So if we scroll that on, the standings now, with 68 more laps to go, it's Popkov from Ukraine leading Doull by 3 points. Tying with Doull is Dillier from Switzerland. Then it's Hansen of Denmark, then Viviani. Mould at the moment, the other British rider, is 9th on 2 points. The next sprint will be the midway point of the contest. Viviani just slightly off the front. De Catella of Belgium once again comes through. "65 laps to go. 65 tours. Irvine of Ireland now through. Nice little attack here then by Martin Irvine, the 28-year-old Irishman. 2nd in the World Championship individual pursuit and gold medal winner in the scratch race. Irvine looking good, distancing himself from the sharp end of the peloton by about 20 metres, being chased down by Reinhardt of Germany, who now sits up, with 3 away then from the midway sprint. So the Dutchman has just made a bike change. That's Strottinger. They are allowed 5 laps to affect the change. That's providing it's a legitimate problem, i.e. a puncture or a mechanical fault that's observed by the commissaire. Irvine still just dangling off the front here. Brice then of France beginning to lick the pace up a little bit there. And De Catella as well. Now then, can he hang on here? A little bit of support for the Irishman. He's been out the front for quite a bit now. He's coming up to the line. 1 to go for the next sprint. Here comes the attack from behind. Looks like Irvine's going to get picked up here then by Kovalev of Russia. Kovalev and De Catella are the 2 chasing down Irvine. Irvine stubbornly resisting the challenge here. The man in green could pick up the 5. He's going to do it. Irvine gets the 5. Oh, only just. Kovalev gets the 3. And the 2 going to De Catella. And I'll tidy up the full spot in a moment for you. We're into the second half of this compelling points race final. Nothing in it at the moment. It could swing anyway. So winner of sprint number 6, Martin Irvine of Ireland. Kovalev of Russia 2nd for 3. De Catella of Belgium gets the 2. Viviani of Italy gets the 1. Overall standings on the board. Look how tight this one is. Popkov is the leader of Ukraine. Then we've got 4 riders tying with 7 points at the moment in the silver medal position. And then a brace of riders sitting in 3rd equal. Hansen and Perzolowski from Poland. Some race this. Jonathan Mould at the moment has lost contact. The British rider is off the back. The Welsh rider, Jonathan Mould, is among these 3 that have lost contact. That's out of character for Mould, who is the British Omnium champion. 5 to go to the next sprint. Doull at the moment is still sitting in a medal position, 3rd. Two riders trying to go away. Strottinger of the Netherlands, a former world champion, and he's got with him Brice of France. Reaction from Kadlec of the Czech Republic at the front of the field, and then Crespo of Argentina, but Crespo doesn't continue in the chase, and so it's playing into the hands of the two. Kadlec is in no man's land now, marooned between the two at the front and the head of the peloton, which is now currently being led by Lasse Hansen of Denmark. 2 to go to the next sprint. High quality tempo for this race, and they've capitulated, the two at the front, which means we've got 7 riders away here. A septet of riders then are approaching the line to contest the next sprint. Owen Doel reading the move really well. Doel is in second spot, trying to come round Hansen then of Denmark. 5 for the win, remember. It's a tough ask to get round Hansen, believe me. Here comes Hansen up to the line for 5. Doel gets the 3. And the 2 going to the rider from Ukraine there, that was Lusishin. And the 1 going to the Polish rider, and that is Puzalarski. Now then, if we scroll that on, it means that Hansen of Denmark is now the leader with 49 laps to go, but he's only got 1 point advantage over Doel of Great Britain, who in turn is tying with Popkov of Ukraine. What a race this is. Intriguing contest. 4 riders are locked on, 7 behind, chasing down the bronze medal. Still a long way to go. But Owen Doel is really reflecting his colours here. Certainly nobody's in the comfort zone at this stage. It's a riveting contest with the 4 still clear. Now then, there's every possibility that these 4 could gain the lap. Kadlec is on the front of the peloton. Owen Doel is on the front of the breakaway group. Not properly working full on, are they? Nobody's really prepared to show their hand. But it's the Australian now that starts to form the chase, and he's got with him Di Catella of Belgium and Brice of France. A trio of chasers, and that's cutting the lead back dramatically. The 4 are under pressure now from these 3 that are chasing them down. Absorbing contest, this points race. The 3 are getting ever closer then to the 4. That'll form a septet of leaders. And if they get together and start working, then that could be a serious move. Rider from Spain sees the danger. Montana, he's trying to come across. He's got the Dutchman Strottinger with him. And all of a sudden the race is in bits. This is the possibility of the final selection for medals here. We're getting half the field looking at the possibility of gaining a lap. So our friend from Poland here is right on the front, Puzalarski. And he's been overhauled then by Hansen of Denmark. And going with Hansen of Denmark is Lusishin of Ukraine. Hansen, Lusishin, Doel, and the Polish rider Puzalarski getting the 1 for 4. So Owen Doel is racking up a nice collection of points here. The only problem is he's got Hansen of Denmark with him all the time, who's getting the win for the sprint. So the standings now with 39 laps to go. Hansen in the gold medal position, Doel lying second in silver. Popkov of Ukraine on 10 is in the bronze. 4 more sprints to go. Nobody's gained the lap, but there is a feasibility that the group could. That's the back of the peloton going through the finishing straight. The head of the race is going through now, being led by Lutsishin of Ukraine. Now remember, if they could gain the lap and get the 20-point bonus, that could rejig the standings. And at the moment, it is Lutsishin of Ukraine in the finishing straight that is the head of the race coming through, being chased down then by the 6 that he's left. Lutsishin picks up the back markers. The first one he gets to is the rider from Switzerland. That's Dillier, Sylvain Dillier. The field in bits. Owen Dool in the front of the chasers. Yep, and Lutsishin has sat up from Ukraine. So that group in the back straight are the leading group, and the back of the peloton being led by Strottinger, who's now surrendered the lead to Martin Irvin. Three to go to the next sprint. Di Catella comes on to the front of the depleted peloton. Looks like they're all going to join up again here. Kadlec of the Czech Republic bringing them along, with Irvin in his wheel and Crespo sitting in the wheel of Irvin. General regrouping again here. Status quo as the junction is made and the peloton come back together with 1.5 to go to the next sprint. Perfect timing once again. Lasse Hansen of Denmark in the red, looking to start to lead this one out. Owen Dool drops into the wheel of Hansen. He's picked a good wheel there, but it's Di Catella that's on the front of Belgium. Di Catella then of Belgium leading this one out. Edmondson of Australia sitting in second place. Hansen third. Brice of France 4. And Owen Dool has been squeezed out of this as Viviani of Italy now comes down the outside. Electric pace by Viviani here. Di Catella's going to take it. Oh, look at Viviani. Viviani, I would say, got the 5 there from Di Catella. Edmondson got the 2 and Hansen picking up the 1. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. That is exactly as called. Viviani then takes sprint 9 for Italy. Di Catella second for Belgium. Edmondson third of Australia. Hansen of Denmark getting the 1 for 4th. So that rejigs the standings, and it means Hansen has now got a 5-point cushion advantage over Owen Dool of Great Britain in silver, who is now tying with Viviani of Italy. Very quick indeed, Viviani. Rides on the Cannondale professional team, and what a stage in the Tour of Britain. He's a rapid road sprinter. So we've got 3 more sprints to go. Next sprint will be the anti-penultimate gallop. Absorbing, enthralling points race. And still to be decided, Great Britain in with a serious chance here of winning a podium position. Well, Irvin once again on the attack. He's got with him Montana of Spain. Kadlec sees the danger, tries to chase him down. Reithard of Germany is also in the shake-up here. And the key contenders are further back down the line. This is where everybody starts to cover everybody. My goodness me, there was nearly a crash there. Kadlec swung up and almost collided with the Australian. How they missed each other, I just do not know. But fortunately they did. 3 riders now away, coming into the finishing straight with 4 to go to the next sprint. Irvin of Ireland, Reinhardt of Germany, Montana of Spain. Crespo of Argentina is 4th on the road at the moment, can't make up his mind what he wants to do. Hansen's made his mind up. He's now coming down the finishing straight in 4th position, and he's got Italian Viviani with him. This is a bad move for Owen Dool. Dool needs to move up, otherwise he's going to lose his position. Hansen started to go away with Viviani. Where is Dool? Further back down the line. So we got the 3, then Hansen, then Viviani, and then we've got the rider from Ukraine, Lutsishin. And Dool at the moment having a breather further down the line. He could play into his hands. Viviani looks back to see where the rest of the opposition are, but the 3 now that are coming round and looking seriously up for a lap here are going to be the leaders in the next sprint. Here they go. Owen Doull comes to the front to try and inject pace. Martin Irvine, who's got 5 points, he's going to get another 5 here. Take his tally up to 10. Yeah, Irvine gets the 5, Reinhardt gets the 3, Montana gets the 2. And on the front then from Poland, the 1 point goes to Puzalarski. So with 2 sprints to go, let me tell you that Hansen is leading on 17, tying for the silver, still Doull and Viviani of Italy. Di Catella is 4th with Martin Irvine of Ireland. Irvine has elevated himself up the standings to 4th equal, thanks to that 5 he just collected. And they're still clear. They have not been pulled back. But the rider who's trying to do something about it here is Lutsishin of Ukraine. Lutsishin at the moment is 6th with 9 points. And he's got some company as well now because he's been joined by the Russian. This is Kovalev. Yep, Kovalev has come across. Kadlec of the Czech Republic also trying to get in the shake-up. Now then, if they bridge and form 6 off the front here, this is a dangerous move. He could rejig the board here. Hansen of Denmark, I'm waiting for a reaction from him. He will not be happy with this. Lutsishin, trying to get across the gap here, has got 9 points. If he can bridge to the 3 here and pick up a 5 for 14, he would go up into the silver medal position. Attack off the front of the bunch. It's Puzalarski of Poland. He sees the danger. Meanwhile, the 3 still hanging on to the advantage here with 4 more laps to go to the penultimate sprint. Irvine stands to gain the most out of these 3. He's got 10 points. If he can get a 5 here, take his tally up to 15, he would be 2nd overall with 1 sprint to go. Kovalev of Russia just swings high to let Kadlec through, and that's the 2nd 3 on the road. Reinhardt of Germany at the head of the 3rd group. 2 to go to the next sprint. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Lutsishin looks back to see what's happening, and the Russian decides to swing up. That's Kovalev, so it leaves a 3 here at the front. Now then, if Irvine can get the 5 points here, taking his tally up to 15, that is going to be very useful indeed. Irvine leading this gallop out. Here he comes, Irvine looking for 5. Irvine gets the 5, Montana gets the 3, Reinhardt gets the 2, and the 1 point here at the back goes to Lutsishin of Ukraine. So it now means then, with 1 sprint to go, Martin Irvine is within 2 points of taking over the gold medal position here, and nobody seems to be injecting any pace or urgency into the chase. And what it means at the moment, Owen Doull is still lying 3rd in the bronze medal position behind Martin Irvine. Hansen is still the leader, but Irvine is on the cusp of winning the points race here. If he can get 5 or just even 3 for 2nd, he will go ahead of Hansen. And then if Hansen got the sprint from the bunch, they would tie. But because of Irvine's higher finishing position in the last sprint, he would get the gold medal. Well, it's hanging by a knife edge, this one. Owen Doull of Great Britain comes to the head of the string. Now it's the turn of Di Catella of Belgium. 7 laps to go to decide this then, the points race contest. And the gold medal is in the balance here. The man in green in the leading 3 here, Martin Irvine. Well, on the cusp of victory. If he can nail the 5 here, it's well within his compass. 6 laps to go. The world scratch race champion, Martin Irvine, looking good. Montana in 2nd position. Well, Montana at the moment's got 6. If he got 5, he'd get 11, so that's not good enough for a medal. Oh, which way are the medals going to go? Irvin's attacking this with unbridled passion, and it's no wonder, because waiting for him is the possibility of the top podium position. We've got 1 kilometre to go to decide the points race. Hansen of Denmark realises the danger. Hansen is the current leader, and he's come to the front. He's got no allies there, though. Nobody wants to help him. Up to the line with 3 to go. It's Viviani now that's on the front. Viviani is currently 4th on the same points as Owen Doull. Hansen still working hard, pulling the string along. That'll take the sting out of his legs for the sprint. 2 laps to go. The gold medal in the balance. Reinhardt of Germany leading them through. Reinhardt's 9th, he's only got 5 points. Montana from Spain in the group is 8th, he's got 6 points. It's all about the man in green, Martin Irvin. If he wins this sprint and the 5 points, he's going to take the gold medal for the points race. Into the back straight, Montana looks as though he's gathering himself for a challenge here. Martin Irvin's going to be the man that's going to win the gold medal for the points race. Here he comes off the crown of the bend. Martin Irvin in the finishing straight gets the 5 point. Irvin's points tally then goes up to 20. 3 ahead of Lasse Hansen. And the sprint here for Viviani. Viviani gets the 1 point in that final sprint, which takes his tally up to 13. And that means that Owen Doull has been pushed down to 4th in the final sprint. So sprint number 12, Martin Irvin gets the 5, Montana of Spain gets 3, Reinhardt of Germany gets the 2, Viviani of Italy gets the 1, and ladies and gentlemen, salute the points race gold medal winner, Martin Irvin of Ireland.
Well, that was one hell of a points race, wasn't it? If you'd never seen a points race before, then Hugh, thank you so much for describing it for us and making us understand and helping us through all the 120 laps. If you've never seen it before like these guys, you may well have learnt a thing or two. Will you please welcome the Nash family all the way from Gloucestershire? A round of applause, if you will, please, everybody. This is the Nash family from Gloucestershire, waving like they're on Family Fortunes. Look at them. Hello, Dad. So why did you decide to come to track cycling today?
Basically, it was from the Olympics, really. We loved the Olympics and thought, you know, we'd try a track event, really.
Would you like to introduce me to the 2 boys and the girl, please?
Yeah. This is Bailey, Harry, and Macy.
Hello, Macy. You having a good day?
Yeah.
What's been the best bit so far?
Seeing the races.
Seeing all the races. Do you know how brave you are talking to me? You're much braver than your mum. She said, don't get me on, don't want to talk. Just get the mum on screen. No, don't. She's told me off for that. What's been your favourite bit so far?
The points race.
Did you learn a few things about how it works?
Yeah.
It's complicated, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 120 laps.
A whole 120 laps, about 40 minutes. And one final question over there. Who's your favourite then, of all you've seen today and all that you've seen on the Olympics and everything? What's your favourite?
Probably Kenny.
We have Jason Kenny coming up in the final of the men's Keirin. It's coming up very shortly. Will you please thank them all, the Nash family, and remember that they could well be new fans that watch the British team and the whole world of track cycling this year and beyond.
So we come to the medal rides in the women's sprint competition. The first ride is for the bronze medal, best of three. Starting on the inside here is the current world champion Rebecca James of Great Britain, and her opponent on the outside from JACO AIS Australia, Anna Mears.
Best of three, of course, at this stage, and the third spot on the podium waiting for the victor. So Anna Mears, so used to battling it out with a British competitor, normally for the top spots, and that of course is normally Victoria Pendleton, of course, who's retired, but now of course the new queen for the sprint is Becky James. So it's James in the Akon Seal, the world champions jersey, at the front here, just rolling along. One of the James dynasty. She's got one or two sisters who are very handy bike riders as well, and I know that her grandparents are here in the audience, and her father. They follow them all, or follow her, I should say, all around the tracks, giving her support. So it's James at the front versus Mears. It was good to try and get race one under your belt, and James is going to lead this one out. Now then, what has Mears got to offer? Can she challenge James? James at the front now then. Mears has got that back wheel to aim at, but Becky James with a bit between her teeth here is determined to try and nail this one. This is race one, remember. Here comes James. James is going to get it. Yes, Becky James takes race one. So that puts her in the lead, and psychologically that will mean a lot to the world champion. Becky James then is one up.
So we now have the ride for the gold and silver medals in the women's sprint. Again, the best of three, of which this is the first encounter. The rider starting on the inside here is Christina Vogel of Germany, and her opponent from Hong Kong, YG Li.
So Vogel on a bound to lead off for the first half lap, unless her opponent Li YC of Hong Kong decides to roll past her. So two of the podium finishers at the World Champs, Minsk in Belarus earlier this year on the track at the moment. Vogel, who was the silver medal winner, and Li YC, the winner of the bronze. Now in the final here to race it out for gold. Well, both have claimed some pretty big scalps along the way. Vogel dispatching the world champion in the previous round. And of course, Li YC of Hong Kong beating Anna Mears. Vogel, brimming over with confidence after dispatching the world champion, is prepared to take this on from the front. And Vogel it is then from Germany that's prepared to dictate the terms. She drops now into the sprinters channel. Not quite, she hasn't gone there yet, but she's leading. And at the moment she seems to have the firepower to hold off the challenge of Li YC, and that's how it's going to finish. Vogel wins. She goes one up, And having just seen that, I think it's going to take a mighty big task for Lee YC to square the issue. So Vogel wins race 1.
So after the first matches in the women's sprint finals, the bronze medal match, Becky James going 1-up against Anna Mears, and for the gold and silver, Christina Vogel taking first blood against Wai Ji Lee of Hong Kong. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup men's points race. The medals and UCI leaders jersey will be presented by Chairman of the Board of British Cycling, Bob Howden. Winner of the bronze medal representing Italy, Elia Viviani. Winner of the silver medal representing Denmark, Lasse Hansen. Men's points race gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup representing Ireland, Martin Irvine. The flowers will be presented by UK Sport International Relations Advisor Chris Harvey. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Ireland. please acknowledge all our medalists.
So it's time for the finals of the men's Kirin. This is, as many of you will know, the one with the motorbike. It's called a Derny, and it paces the 6 riders for the first 5.5 laps, and then it will drop out for the last 2.5, and then it's up to them to do what Kirin means, battle. This is the Derny. You'll notice that there is a man on it. His name is Peter, and he is going to pace the riders throughout. So it is my honour to say, hello Peter.
Hi.
Are you okay?
Yes, thank you.
All set?
Yes, ready to go.
Now tell me, how difficult is it to keep this on pace?
It's not rocket science, it's a case of juggling the throttle and the brakes and practice.
And what is the speed you start at and what is the speed you drop out at?
For the men, we start at 30 kilometres an hour and leave at 50 kilometres an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, Peter has a much harder job than he lets on that it is. He's going to pace all the riders. Watch him carefully as he sets that pace, and we'll also put something up on the big screen to help you monitor how quickly he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. He appreciates it, I know you do. It's Peter the Dirty Man!
So just before we bring the riders to the track for the next event, this is an urgent call for the team managers of the riders riding the elimination race in the women's Omnium, that your transponder devices for the handlebars on the bike are now ready for collection from the commissar's podium. So please make your way over to collect the transponder devices. Thank you. So we bring onto the track now the riders for the finals in the men's Kirin competition. We start with the final for places 7 through to 12. And the riders lining up for this one, representing Australia, Matthew Glazer; for Italy, Francesco Cecchi; for Jayco AIS from Australia, Peter Lewis; for Russia, Denis Dmitriev; for Rusvelo, Valentin Savitsky; and for Trinidad, Nijan Philippe.
The minor final gets underway. This is for the classification places for riders from 7th through to 12th. Nijan Philippe of Trinidad in the red. Just won the charge there initially to get behind the little bike. And then from Australia, it's Glazer that sits in second position. And we've got Setsky of Russia in his trade team colours. Peter Lewis from Australia, also riding in his Australian trade team colours. A bit further down the line from Russia is Denis Dmitriev, the European sprint champion. And right at the back of the lineup here, we have Francesco Cecchi of Italy. Four to go. Valuable points at stake here, of course, that are being carried through in the World Cup competitions, building to the World Championships. As Nijan Philippe of Trinidad still at the front position, but here is the first attack by Peter Lewis of Australia. It's Peter Lewis that goes to the front, and Cecchi of Italy trying to come round the outside. Francesco Cecchi in the blue and white gets to the front position, being challenged now by Matthew Glaitzer. Glaitzer on the outside, Cecchi on the inside. These are the first three that hit the line, and also coming through in the challenge is the Russian in third spot, and that's Dmitriev, but it's Glaitzer that's going to take this to finish 7th in the competition. Glaitzer takes it, and on the line it was Savitsky of Russia in second spot, and third Dmitriev. So the full result of the contest for the minor places, let me just tell you, it was Glaitzer from Savitsky, Dmitriev, Cecchi, Lewis and Philip.
So the riders come to the track for the finals for places 1 through 6, including, of course, the gold, silver and bronze medals. Taking the start here from the trade team of Erdgast from Germany, Maximilian Levy; from France, Francois Purvis; from Great Britain, Jason Kenny; from Germany, Tobias Wachter; from New Zealand, Edward Dawkins; and from Venezuela, Hersini Canelon.
The gold medal contest rolls away from the line here. Francois Purvis of France gets the position right behind the little Derny bike. Two riders have made it through to the final here then from Germany. They are Maximilian Levy, who's riding in his trade colours, and his fellow countryman, that's Tobias Vagter. In the black strip is Edward Dawkins in last but one spot, and the world champion at the moment, Jason Kenny, sitting right at the back of the little string. So the Bolton Terrier then with a little bit of work to do here to move up the string, but he knows all about keirin racing. That's why he's the world champion. He'll wait his time, and then you'll see him implode into action with that electrifying burst that he has. Five more laps to go. It's going to take a monumental effort, believe me, by the rest of the field in front of a crowd like this to stop Kenny getting the victory. Purvis looked very good in the previous round, and Levy, of course, is a man that always needs to be shown the greatest respect. Second wheel at the moment, though, it's that German Levy in the wheel of Purvis. Kenny doesn't seem to be fazed or perturbed by it at all as he continues at the back. So the crowd are going to be polarised here into giving the ultimate support as Dawkins of New Zealand moves up, and Kenny's right in the pace of Dawkins. They're taking a wide line here, two outside smokers, as they're going to come up to the line with two to go. They hit the line now, and right at the head of the contest, it's Vagter of Germany leading it out, followed by Francois Purvis, and at the moment it's still Jason Kenny at the back. Kenny sees the line underneath and goes for it. Kenny with a lot of work to do here now. Purvis at the front. Well, is Kenny going to come back from here? He's got a lot of work to do. Here comes the world champion now down the outside, but it's Francois Purvis at the front. Kenny's not going to do this. Purvis of France is going to take it. Purvis takes it from France. In second spot it was Maximilian Levy. Third was Canelon of Venezuela. Well, Jason Kenny had to settle for fourth. First of the losers, one shy of the podium. Too far back, he left it too late, but victory going to Francois Purvis of France. Second, Maximilian Levy of Germany. Third, Canelon, Venezuela. Fourth, Kenny Jer, Great Britain. Fifth, Vagter of Germany. And sixth was Dawkins of New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, please salute the gold medal winner for the keirin, Francois Purvis of France.
So back to the women's sprint competition, the finals for the bronze medal. And we have, starting on the inside here, Anna Mears of the Jayco AIS team from Australia, and her opponent, the winner of the first match from Great Britain, Rebecca James.
World champion Becky James one up then after the first encounter. All to do for Mears. Nerve-biting stuff, this. Phalanx of photographers down there snapping away. James fired up to take this bronze. Mears then looking to lead out here. Going for a long one. Mears committing herself then for almost the full lap. Here comes James. Here comes the challenge from James. Is it going to be good enough? Finishing straight. Let's have a look at it. Yes! Becky James, the world champion, takes it 2-0 to win the bronze medal.
So we come to match 2 in the ride for the gold and silver medals. Coming to the track first, starting on the outside, the rider who needs to take this one to force a decider from Hong Kong, YG Lee. And taking up an even more outside position, the rider from Germany who took the first match, Christina Vogel. So Vogel on the outside, YG Lee on the inside.
Lee YC rolling off here, and it must be playing on her mind the sheer power of Christina Vogel in race 1, when Vogel really dictated the terms comfortably. It was a photo finish in the end, but Vogel, the silver medal winner in the World Championships 12 months ago, had the upper hand. Is to decide, as Carl said, the destiny of the gold medal. Vogel has ridden very impressively at this World Cup meet. We saw her form on day one in the team sprint when, with her teammate Miriam Velter, they clinched the gold medal, and now she's well, looking pretty sharp here in the sprint as well. Taking one or two big scalps along the way. Lee YC in World Cup competition. She beat Victoria Pendleton actually back in 2012. I well remember that. So she's certainly not afraid of reputations, but Vogel is blowing hot. And it's Vogel at the front here who can win from the front and the back. Now then, Vogel trying to hold off the challenge here of her opponent, Lee YC of Hong Kong. And the power of the German is something to be admired, and Lee YC of Hong Kong tucks into the slipstream, and that's about all she can do. Here comes Vogel, who takes the gold medal 2-0 straight. So Vogel is the World Cup winner for the women's sprint. Silver medal going to Lee YC of Hong Kong, and the bronze going to Becky James of Great Britain. And they sportingly acknowledge the effort of each rider. Vogel, though, is the winner. The German has the gold medal and the last say. Christina Vogel, the winner of the sprint competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup Men's Keirin. The medals and UCI Leaders Jersey will be presented by Chairman of the Board of British Cycling, Bob Howden. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Venezuela, Hersony Canelon. Winner of the silver medal, representing Team Erdgas 2012, Maximilian Levy. men's Keirin gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, representing France, François Pervis. The flowers will be presented by Fiat Corporate Marketing Manager Bran Bazančić. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of France. Please acknowledge all our medalists.
Well, it's rather fitting, ladies and gentlemen, that after the Keirin ceremony here at the UCI Track Cycling World Cup in Manchester, I can inform you of a tweet that has come in from the current Olympic Keirin champion. I think you'll all be pleased to know that Sir Chris Hoy has got in touch on the hashtag TWC. He says, at Track World Cup, hello everyone at Manchester, I miss you all, wish I was there. So if you could all, after 3, 2, 1, all say hello to Sir Chris Hoy. 3, 2, 1. We will be sure to let him know. Thank you.
Next on track, we have the finals of the men's individual pursuit, the ride for the bronze medal, and starting in the home straight, representing Spain, Sebastian Mora. And his opponent in the back straight, representing Switzerland, Tom Bowley.
The ride-off for the bronze medal starts here then. Mora of Spain starting in the home straight and Bowley of Switzerland in the back straight. Now I can tell you that Bowley was just over a second slower than Mora in the qualification round, but now it's all about the contest for the medal. Time's irrelevant here, it's all about trying to beat your opponent. Good start by both riders. Mora of Spain, 25 years of age, was 4th in the World Championship team pursuit earlier this year and 8th in the individual pursuit. And his opponent Bowley was a European team pursuit contender. Not much to choose between them here in the early stages. First 3 laps wiped away very sweetly. And the rider from Switzerland has gone off the mark slightly quicker here, Bowley. Now in their time trial round, they both opened up with a difference here, with Bowley posting the quickest of all the quick 4 laps, kilometres of 1:06, which was almost 3 seconds faster than Mora. And he's tempered his delivery here. He realises he can't maintain that. He's gone with a 1:09 here, but he's about 0.5 of a second ahead of Mora of Spain at this stage. Spaniard beginning to dig deep and chip away at that slender advantage that he trails the rider from Switzerland. It's going to go all the way to the wire, this contest, believe me. Both trying to hold that black line as tight as possible to find the shortest route around the velodrome. Riders coming back to their original starting stations for the midway split and 2,000 metres. Here they are, they're arriving now. Let's have a look at the time they're on. Oh, the Spaniard's gone ahead. Mora has responded. He's moved ahead of Bowley now. It's not convincing, but he has gone ahead by about 0.25 of a second. So the Swiss rider, Bowley, if he's got anything in the tank, he can still come back at Mora of Spain and respond. But it looks like the Spaniard at the moment's doing the better riding here. Fully inspired and determined to get the bronze medal in a podium position. Bowley probably paying a little bit for that super fast ride over the opening kilometre in the time trial round. Now the Spaniard with a bit between his teeth is looking really good down the finishing straight and building a lead all the time now. Ideal optimum situations to try and get his opponent in the same straight. That's when he can really start to build up the tempo to better his time and his chances of getting the bronze. Mori coming back to that original starting station. 5 laps to go then for Mori. It'll be the 3/4 split this time. There it is, 3:18.995. Mori is leading Bowley now quite convincingly by almost 2 seconds. Slightly slower than his ride in the time trial round, but as I said, it's irrelevant. It's all about securing the medal by the victory. Once again, they line up for the run to the line, leaving 500 metres to go. Spaniard in control of the contest here. 1.5 laps remaining as Mora comes back to the line. It'll be the bell this time for Mora of Spain, and Bowley is on the rack here. Here he comes then. This is Mora of Spain looking for the bronze medal, but all of a sudden Bolly begins to dig deep again here to try and find something in the closing stages. He's left it too late, surely. Half a lap to go. Mora now trying to raise his game to deny Bolly a fight back, and that's how it's going to end. Mora comes up to the line, but it was a sterling effort in the closing stages by Bolly of Switzerland, but not quite enough. They both finish on 4:25, but the bronze medal goes to Mora of Spain.
On the track now, the final for the gold and silver medal. Starting in the home straight and representing Italy, Marco Colladin. His opponent in the back straight, representing Russia, Alexander Serov.
Number 1 seed, starting in the home straight, Marco Colladin of Italy versus Alexander Serov of Russia. If you were here earlier today when you saw Colladin ride his qualification round, he finished with a 4:20.7. That is a stunning time. And his open kilometre of 1:07 was very quick indeed, and he's doing exactly the same again here. Colladin quickly settling down to the job in hand, and Serov is going to be under pressure in the early stages. Well, Serov's been around for a long, long time now, believe me. He's 31 years of age, this Russian, and he got 4th in the World Team Pursuit way back in 2003, but this Italian is a very quick starter indeed. It's all about not panicking, and Serov will certainly not do that because he's got a wealth of experience under those wheels. But the Italian does look very good indeed, smooth. Prodigious talent here, this Italian. They've been searching for a long time to find an individual pursuiter. Maybe this is the man at long last. And the first kilometre, oh, look at this, 1:06.331 for the first kilometre by Colladin. He is flying. Very, very quick indeed. Now then, can he maintain this kind of pace? He opened up with a 1:07 in the qualification time trial and finished with 4:20, which is a very good time indeed. He's going to get Serov in his sights very, very shortly, this powerful, powerful Italian. Untapped power here then beginning to reflect from Colladin. Sits the bike beautifully, no movement at all, shoulders rock still. Just rocking and rolling a little bit on the saddle, but that's to be expected at this kind of pace. Almost got Serov in the same straight now. Next split time will be the midway point. I know I keep saying it doesn't matter about time. It doesn't. It's all about beating your opponent, but it would be nice to see if Kolodan could put down a special marker here. Coming up to the 2 kilometre point. There we are, that's the split. 209.814. Faster than this morning when he closed on 4:20. If he can keep this kind of pace up, we might see a ride inside 4:20 here, and that's something very, very special. Now then, he's got Serov in his sights, but the Russian is not prepared to lie down here. It's 2 seconds the difference between them, and you've got to temper your delivery. It's no good giving too much too early, because Serov is very, very experienced, and he could chew away at the advantage that the Italian has established. It's all about gaining the higher ground in the early stages, making a serious statement, and then having the power then to sustain it. Here comes Kolodan again. Next split will be the 3/4 mark. And Serov is responding to the challenge well. Coming up now to the line for the final kilometre. Kolodan approaching the line now. Serov is only about 60 metres behind. 2:15.685. It's 1.5 seconds that separates them. And he slowed from his pace this morning, Kolodan. It's all about backing up the ride in the qualification. And I tell you what, Serov is starting to come back at him. The Russian has got a little bit left in the tank here. Kolodan may be paying for that very quick opening kilometre of a 1:06. Yep, Serov the Russian is starting now to eat into the advantage that Kolodan of Italy has established. Well, look at this. Which way's the pendulum going to swing? Who wants this gold medal the most? 1.5 laps to sort it out, and Serov digging mightily deep here as he tries to get back on terms with Kolodan of Italy. Both riders are really on the limit here as they're coming back to their original starting stations. Looks like the Italian's just about going to hang on, but he knows he's been in a scrap. He takes it, Kolodan takes it of Italy, but it was a real bitter duel in the closing stages. Kolodan wins the gold medal for the individual pursuit. His finishing time 4:22.641. Serov of Russia gets silver, and the bronze going to Mora of Spain. Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation to the winner, Marco Kolodan of Italy.
So coming up next, 2 victory ceremonies. The first for the women's sprint, followed by the men's individual pursuit. And then the next element of the women's Omnium competition, the always exciting elimination race. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup Women's Sprint. The medals and UCI Leaders Jersey will be presented by President of the UCI, Brian Cookson OBE. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain, Rebecca James. Winner of the silver medal, representing Hong Kong, YG Lee. Women's Sprint gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, representing Germany, Christina Vogel. The flowers will be presented by Head of Sport, Manchester City Council, Neil Furlam. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Germany. Please acknowledge all our medalists. Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the UCI Track Cycling World Cup Men's Individual Pursuit. The medals and the UCI Leaders Jersey will be presented by President of the UCI, Brian Cookson, OBE. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Spain, Sebastian Mora. Winner of the silver medal, representing Russia, Alexander Serov. Men's individual pursuit gold medalist and overall leader of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup, representing Italy, Marco Colledan. The flowers will be presented by Deputy Chief Executive of Neighbourhoods, Manchester City Council, Vicky Rosin. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy. Please acknowledge all our medalists.
So I'd encourage you not to go anywhere because we have one final race. And the reason we leave this to last is because it can be the most exciting. It's called the Elimination Race and it forms the third event of the 6-event Omnium. It's the women's chance tonight. Last night was a cracker for the men. I'm going to introduce you to a man who's going to explain a little bit more. This is Andy McCord, who is the Commissaire President. In other words, he's in charge of absolutely everything. And this clearly falls under his remit. Basically, every other lap, the last rider who crosses the line is eliminated. However, Andy, I want you to tell me how you find out that it is the last rider and then how you tell them. First of all, how do you find out?
We have a judge up in the press box who makes that call. She has photo finish should she need to refer to that to determine who the last rider is.
And of course, that decision needs to be made very quickly because otherwise they might carry on. However, there is a way of letting the riders know. In fact, Andy, there's more than one way of letting them know.
There are a few ways. We actually do put the number of the rider up on the scoreboard. It also goes on the pursuit lap counters. We also have a device which each rider attaches to their handlebars, and we flip a switch and it goes red, indicating to that rider that he has been pulled.
We have a chance to show you that now, and if I just get you to step to your left-hand side, this is what the riders have on their handlebars. When they are out, it's flashing. However, this is the box that makes it flash. So, and if you'd like to illustrate to us just how this might work, so for example, number 30, you're out. It's that simple, but it's also that sinister. And that is why it's called the elimination race, and that is why we love it so much. Keep an eye, not necessarily on the front, but on the back of the pack.
So the final event on the track is the Women's Omnium Elimination Race.
So the rollout then for the start of the women's elimination race, Laura Trott's favourite event. But in case you didn't know, Laura crashed actually in the elimination race just over a week ago in the European Championships and had to have stitches in her leg, and that's why she decided to ride the elimination race from nearer the front as opposed to the back, when she always likes to sprint and entertain the crowd. And that's why she's trying to keep out of trouble till she's got that injury fully tidied up. So Trott, slightly out of character here for her in the elimination, right at the front. So the next lap, the last rider over the line will be eliminated. Right at the back in the hot seat is the rider from Poland, Wojtyra, trying to find a line around the outside. Looks like she looked like the American to me at that time.
36, Elizabeth Newell, United States of America.
It was, so the American is the first casualty here. Now, who else is going to live a charmed existence at the back? It's looking very much like Wojtyra in the red and white of Poland at the moment, getting herself into the hot seat. Wojtyra then of Poland with work to do here. Coming up to the line again. She just about survived the last time. Is she going to do it this time? Oh, it looked like the rider from Japan to me.
24, Ozorin Trebeta, Lithuania.
Oh, so Trebeta, it looked like the rider from Japan to me, but there we go. So Sukagoshi of Japan gets another chance, but right at the back now in the hot seat is Beton. And also again, Wojtyra trying to move up. And it looks like Sukagoshi of Japan is also struggling to survive here. Let's have a look at it. Oh, it's tight. Well, no call that time from Carl. He hasn't called the rider. So we look at the back of the peloton again here to see who's going to pull out this time. Quite know what that's all about, but there was no rider called out the previous elimination, and now we've had a gunfire to indicate that there is a problem here. Carl, can you bring us up to speed? So the Lithuanian girl was not too sure she was out, but she was out. So they're coming up to the line this time again. Is it going to be? Looks like the rider from Belarus on the inside, I would say.
'18. Zhang Zhou, Hong Kong.
So Diao of Hong Kong, and also near their back was Masukovic of Belarus. Now then, who's it going to be this time? Trot riding in the wheels for safety, but getting nearer to the back of the depleted peloton. Who is it going to be? Oh, that was close. It definitely looked like the rider from Belarus that time.
Number 7, Volha Masukovic, Belarus.
It was. So Masukovic of Belarus leaves the party. And the field continues to thin down right on the front. We have the rider from Canada, and that's Carlton. And right to the back, it is the rider from Ukraine, and that's Solovai. Solovai moving up, sees the danger. Solovai coming around the outside for Ukraine. And left in the hot seat is the rider from Japan.
22. Sakura Toshikoshi, Japan.
Speed increasing at the front. At the back, perilously close to elimination at the moment, is Solovai of Ukraine. Solovai trying to move up here on the outside, coming alongside the Russian Balabalina, and it looks like Balabalina of Russia is going to survive. Looks like the rider from Ukraine to me.
34.
Yep.
Gana Solovai, Ukraine.
Solovai of Ukraine, latest rider to be eliminated. Holding the front position here from Spain is Oliveria, and right at the back, surely on borrowed time, she has been for one or two of the sprints, that's Wojtyra of Poland. And now Laura Trot's at the back. Trot with work to do here. Surely we're not going to see Laura Trot eliminated. Here she comes. No, Laura Trot is through. Looks like the Russian to me.
Number 30, Tamara Balabalina, Russia.
Balabalina of Russia, the latest to go out. Trot moves right up. She doesn't want any more of that. And again, Wojtyra of Poland is at the back. Winner of the scratch gold medal earlier in these World Cup competitions. As right on the front, it's now Carlton of Canada. Wojtyra at the back for Poland. And also the Italian Ciuccinotto. Ciuccinotto gets ahead, looks like the pole to me.
28, Malgorzata Wojtyra, Poland.
Yep, she's been on borrowed time for a long time, Wojtyra, but she survived now in the hot seat at the back. It's Annalisa Ciucinotta of Italy, and also with her from France, struggling to find the right line, is Laurie Berton. Berton of France at the moment at the back. Can she find a way through? I don't think she did. Looked like France to me.
Number 15, Laurie Berton, France.
Now then, once again, Trotty comes to the back here, being squeezed into the back position of the peloton. Normally her style, she loves to ride like this, but she did tell me that she wanted to get that leg right with stitches in it due to the crash in the Europeans at Apeldoorn. But her confidence starting to grow. Trot at the back now in the hot seat. Is she going to treat us to one of her tantalising survival sprints? Here she comes. Oh yes, Trot. It looks like the Mexican to me.
25, Sofia Areola, Mexico.
Yep, Areola of Mexico, the latest to be eliminated. 6 riders left. Remember, we come down to 2 for the final sprint. Trot sitting at the back. Just in front of Trot is the Italian Ciucinotta. Here goes Trot and Ciucinotta up the outside of the line, and it's pushing the Australian into the hot seat. And that's Edmondson. Edmondson now's got to find a way through. Can she do it? Yeah, looks like Ciucinotta to me.
Number 20, Annalisa Ciucinotta, Italy.
So we lose the Italian, and now we're down to 5. Carlton of Canada on the front. Trot of Great Britain at the back. Edmondson of Australia just 1 in front of Trot. On the inside, Olavarria of Spain. From Belgium, De Her. Here we go, Trot beginning to inject pace now and come round the outside, putting Olavarria of Spain in the hot seat. Looks like Olavarria of Spain.
Number 13, Liri Olavarria, Spain.
Yep, Olavarria of Spain, down to 4. Getting down to the business end of the contest now. Still on the front, Carlton of Canada. Trot sits at the back. 2 more eliminations before we get to the final sprint. Here goes Trot, catching Edmondson asleep. And they're both going to come past the Canadian Carlton. Carlton's got caught napping there then. Can Carlton react on the inside? I would say no. Looked like the Canadian to me. She was asleep.
Number 8, Gillian Carlton, Canada.
Now the next sprint is the final sprint before we shape up then for the match contest to decide who is going to win. Edmondson of Australia at the front. On the inside it's Laura Trot, and also there it is De Her of Belgium. Julien De Beer of Belgium in the middle. Edmondson leading it out. Trot is sitting at the back. Trot looking to try and come round here. Yep, that's the way it looks as though it's going to be. De Her of Belgium's on the inside. Edmondson leading it out. Edmondson takes it from Trot.
Number 5, Julien De Her, Belgium.
So De Her of Belgium has lost contact. She's out. Now then, who's going to take this? Edmondson of Australia is at the front. Trot sitting in her wheel. This to decide the winner of the women's elimination contest. Discipline number 3 for the women. Edmondson decides she's going to lead it out for a long one. Edmondson at the front of Australia. Here comes Trot now down the outside. Laura Trot looking to challenge Edmondson for victory in the elimination race. It's right between these two. Edmondson takes it. Laura Trot finishes second. So 1 point in the Omnium goes to Edmondson and 2 goes to Laura Trot. What a contest.
Genuinely an unforgettable race, and one of those disciplines that's new to track cycling, and yet it will be here to stay for a long time because it's wonderful entertainment. Congratulations to Annette Edmondson for gaining just that 1 point in the third event of the 6 that we'll see today and tomorrow. Talking of tomorrow, if you're lucky enough to have a ticket to come back here to the National Cycling Centre in Manchester, we will see you then. If it's not your fortune to be able to return tomorrow, thank you so much for coming. As you do make your way out, please can I ask you, take your rubbish with you and make sure you put it in one of those bins on the way out. A very safe journey home. If nothing else today, we have given you 28 degrees when outside it's been about 8 and pouring down. So we hope you at least have enjoyed the weather that we've been able to provide you. The entertainment on the track, of course, has also been wonderful once again. After 2 days of this Track World Cup here in Manchester, we have seen some great stuff, and of course day 3 promises to bring us more. We'd like to thank the officials for providing all the nuts and bolts to make sure everything goes well, and indeed all those volunteers who've given up their time, of course free, to make sure your experience is one that hopefully you have enjoyed. If you have time on your way out, don't forget to visit the British Cycling Shop, which is over my left shoulder there in the corner. If you would like to go and join, it's just £28. You get a free goodie bag with it, and if you're already a member, then you get yourselves a free gift. Just show your membership card as you go. So thank you very much indeed to all those people, but not least, of course, you. Thank you very much. If it's the first time you've ever been to track cycling, come back. It's as good as that every single time. Safe journey home. Good night.